is Malachi Juarez. I like to hang out and do stuff sometimes. That's what we're doing today, stuff. So if you wanna do stuff, join right in. So that's what we're doing today. We're gonna be writing. We're gonna be going over some stories. We're gonna go over some stories quick though. Oh. Where is it? Why can't I see it? Okay, I don't see my video. What the hell? So this never happened to me before. Hold up. What the fuck? Um, it's like my camera's. Oh, it's like my camera's not plugged in. Well, let's figure that out. My camera would have had to have been on. Okay. I'm confused. Uh, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm gonna try this. Don't know why that made a difference. Okay. Cool, that's better. Okay. Okay. Hi. Welcome to the stream. Nobody has said anything yet. Well, maybe. Nope. Okay. So we're going to do this short, sweet, and quick. I'll put my coffee down. So this is what I'm going through right now. Let's watch it. Okay.
We're checking in on the fight to save not just homes, but a prison. It's where America's most notorious criminals are held.
So we're taking a look right here. Inmates like El Chapo, the Boston bomber, they are not, at least at the moment, not being evacuated from the Supermax prison, even though the evacuation zone has spread right up to the prison's borders. So take a look at this map of the mandatory evacuation zone right around Florence. It extends to the edge of the correctional complex, but the prison itself isn't actually included in this evacuation order. The Bureau of Prisons told us the complex is actively monitoring and responding to the fire and says, quote, it remains safe from any threats of wildfire activity. The Bureau says the facility will continue to shelter in place just as a precaution.
We are not concerned right now for the fire reaching that area.
Well, and the ridiculous part is it's not even about the fire reaching that area. If the fire is completely surrounding that area, the air quality is still, like, pretty shitty.
We know where it is. We've looked at the mapping and imagery for that area, and right now we have no concerns.
So as prison officials have been watching the evacuation zone creep up towards the facility, there are some residents in Pueblo County who are finally getting to go back home.
Our Mark Salinger joins us live from Canyon City. And Mark, some evacuations were finally lifted yesterday, but that's painting a clearer picture of the destruction that's left behind.
Yeah, Corey, the evacuations were lifted.
They chose such a weird spot to shoot this.
In Pueblo County, and we're also learning.
He's like on the edge of the highway with the camera facing towards the highway. It's such a weird spot.
The scope of the destruction in that county as well. The sheriff there told us yesterday 185 losses, 185 homes lost in that county, and in Custer County 78 homes lost. So that brings the total from the Aspen Acres fire to 263 homes lost. According to the state data, that makes this the 5th most destructive fire in Colorado history, now surpassing the High Park fire from back in 2012. We talk about that air quality. You can see all this smoke.
Let's look at how big that Hyde Park one was. That was from this year. No, this is a different state. Oh, maybe he was talking about that. I thought he said historic in Colorado. No, this can't be the right one. High Park fire. Okay. So let's see. How big was it? Let's see. $87,000 acres. Okay. 2012. That image from NASA. Or has it got to look just as bad? Or worse now?
This morning here in Canyon City from that giant fire burning right nearby. There's kind of an orange glow this morning. The fire continues to spread and grow on the north and west side so far. Again, we talked about the Pueblo County side with some evacuations being lifted. On the Custer County side, the fire continues to grow, potentially into Fremont County as well. That's where we're seeing some remarkable stories come up right now. Places like Beulah, the town fire department saved that town, kind of protected the town from burning. In places like Wetmore in Custer County, the same thing. It's a volunteer fire department funded by donations, and the sheriff talked about the heroic stand that they made.
We have a very small town there called Wetmore, and they're served by a volunteer fire department. And so that's the smallest level of fire department in Colorado, and they're funded by donations and not property tax like all the other ones. And I cannot understate.
Did you hear that shit? Oh, they're funded with donations instead of taxes like the other ones. Like, so they're so much better. Yeah, right. I'm sure that they're not any more fucking competent than the ones that are actually funded.
The heroism of their small fire department in fighting this monster fire.
And it's a complete, like, red herring to look at the firefighters and to say, good job, firefighters, for stopping this, when we're wasting money on, like, waiting till the fires happen to do stuff about them. And risking lives. It'd be much safer to clear out the brush than to send people to their, like, deaths to fight the fires after the fact. But it costs money up front, and there's no profit, so.
And so the fire came very close to their town. They had, several days of warning. They set up a massive fire break with bulldozers. In fact, local contractors actually brought their bulldozers out just to help us get this in place.
You hear the Custer County Sheriff describe the fire as a monster, and federal relief efforts are coming in as well. CAL FIRE from California has sent in firefighters. That's very rare for California to send firefighters from California into Colorado. We're told that there are 9 helicopters flying this fire right now. The incident management team has come in from Alaska. Hotshot crews are coming in here. More than 1,000 firefighters right now battling the Aspen Acres fire as it continues to spread. Another hot and dry day here, as we just heard from Katie there. And we'll continue to monitor the updates as the fire continues to spread. Live in Canyon City, I'm Mark Salinger, 9 News.
Okay. So yeah, that's what's going on with me. And I figured we would, to brighten up the mood before we get into some of this other stuff, let's watch this. Okay, so Ceasefire is a news show on C-SPAN where they have opposing political viewpoints, opposing political figures discuss their viewpoints and try to find a middle ground. Now, they thought it would be fun for 4th of July to dress these men up as the founding fathers and have them do a mock debate where assumably they find common ground. So let's watch this.
Welcome to
Before we get too deep into this, let's look at both of these figures, right? And John Adams, right? Isn't it so weird that so many of them are just like AI pictures now? It's not how he looked. What's the opposite of a glow up? Okay. This is probably real loud. It's hot. Okay. So, born into the colonies of Virginia's planter class, freedom of thought, speech, and religion for white people, white men, right? He helped found the Democratic Republican Party. That's fun. Okay. Here's the beef. Jefferson and Federalist John Adams became both personal friends and political rivals. Wow. They competed in an election. And, you know, the runner-up becomes the vice president, so they both ruled the country together. But for context, back then, the president didn't really rule the country. So, kind of incorrect for me to even say that. First contested, first one where the political parties played a dominant role, and the only election in which the president and vice president were elected from opposing tickets. That's true. I thought this was common. So the first contested election was the first one with parties and the first one after George Washington. And these are the symbols of American unity. Not only did they almost have the exact same political opinions, but they hated each other and they fought over the election. At least that's what this is implying. Okay. I should be reading this out loud, but I'm not really planning to do that. I'm just eating. Yeah, and just so you, like, the argument here is federalism means that the federal government has the most power, the centralized federal government in Washington. Republicanism, the Republicans, the Democratic Republicans, republicanism is the electoral the representative part of our representative democracy. So republicanism is to believe that we should be electing our politicians for them to be our avatars and to spread our political message as the people. So it's It's the belief in the political middleman. Which I always mistook for what's it called? Trying to remember what it was. There was a it might be federalism. Right, okay, so federalism is the idea that the states should exist, right? So, and, you know, the states should have the power, you know, equally divided, but, you know, the people on that side would be the ones who were more likely to say, in this time, they were the ones who were saying the power should be concentrated federally. But the other people were saying, no, they should be centralized in the states. But it's funny because the people who were the Democratic Republicans also believed in federalism, even if they weren't Federalists. And the Federalists also believed in Democratic Republicanism, even if they weren't Democratic Republicans, if that makes any sense. And it's always just a matter of being like, oh, you're too much in favor of one of the aspects of our government, right? That's the only thing that really split up the parties in this country, or determined parties in this country. But ultimately, their politics are so similar that they could be political rivals and best friends, you know? There's not really a fucking debate between the two. In the end, it's just like striving for power based on like, you know, politicking, using propaganda artifacts to gain power. Established a rivalry between the Federalist New England and the Democratic Republican South. So yeah, these guys set the stage for this bullshit. Washington didn't want political parties. Which, what does that mean if you don't enforce it, right? It's not a single party state. So it's kind of just you saying something to like say the principled thing, but ultimately the government you created didn't really follow that at all. So let's watch these two fucking dynamos go at it. How did they repair America? Didn't John Adams get shot? Oh, that's the wrong one.
To a very special episode of Ceasefire, where we look to bridge the divide in American politics. I'm Dasha Burns, Politico White House Bureau Chief, and the United States is celebrating its birthday this weekend. So, joining me...
It's such a weird position to have at the news station, right? Of course, C-SPAN's supposed to be like our political eye into the Senate chambers. They've only been doing it for like 50 years or something.
Me now on either side of the desk, two founding fathers who have agreed to keep the conversation civil even when they disagree. President Thomas Jefferson and
Don't you see how much of a fucking actors, media figures are when you start saying this kind of stuff? I don't know who these two guys are. Let's look up our actors too. Let's look this up. An actor historian. So, like, he's Theodore Roosevelt. He's Methodist figures. He's John Adams. I see, and they always talk about the good things these guys do, but not the bad things. Okay, so that's Peyton. And who's the other guy? Bill Barker. So it's funny because this is just ultimately a TV gig. Okay, Moose, right now we are looking at and I think you'll love this. This is a ceasefire debate on C-SPAN. So Ceasefire is their show where they find common ground between Republicans and Democrats. And this is the special edition where Thomas Jefferson and John Adams are here to debate the future of the country and find some common ground. We just looked it up, and these two seem to be responsible for creating the two-party system in this country. If not incidentally through their ideological zeal, then intentionally in order to preserve power within the upper ranks of this country, which seems to have been rather successful. And now we're looking up the names of the actors. So the first person is this Peyton fellow, I mean, and he plays this Methodist preacher, Theodore Roosevelt and John Adams. Those are his best impressions, I suppose. Which he doesn't even look like Teddy Roosevelt. He must just like have a thing for him. And then we're looking up Bill Barker. So this is another historical actor. He's the historical actor interpreter of Thomas Jefferson. So they got some big hitters here. They actually professionally play each person. I don't know whether they're classically educated in the characters they play. He works at Monticello now, which was like a slave manor. And combining tools of theater with rigorous historical scholarship, but it seems like he's always done this, including the White House, Capitol, Palace of Versailles. Yeah, this is just like it's basically an American propaganda piece. It's like jingoism. So let's check this out.
President John Adams, thank you both for taking time out of...
Yeah, this is what we're watching to brighten up the mood before we get into darker news. Or I guess there's a little bit of good news after this too, but yeah, I don't think they're going to mention the fact that either of them own slaves. I actually don't know if John Adams owned slaves. How funny would it be if he didn't? Oh shit. John Adams, woke abolitionist. But he's like, he uses it like how you know how politicians will talk about the Israel lobby now. They'll be like, I have never taken money from the Israel lobby, and I will not actually do anything political to dismantle it, but I don't take any money from it, so I'm a good one. So he's like, I've never owned a slave, and so, you know, I'm going to work with the other guys that do, for political expediency. So cautious about radical abolitionism. So let's check that out. Let's avoid reading the AI as much as possible. So in 1801, he responded to two abolitionists who sent him an anti-slavery pamphlet by the Quaker reformer Warner Mifflin. Adams says that my opinion against it has always been known, always employed freemen. Despite being opposed to slavery, he did not support abolitionism, except if it was done in a gradual way, with much caution and circumspection. He dismisses radical abolitionist measures as producer greater violations of justice, humanity, than the continuance of the practice of slavery himself. My fucking God. My fucking God. That's honestly, that's rougher than just being, that's just like worse than being a person who's just like, yeah, slavery hurts people, but they're not really people. At least you're fucking honest then. In this case, it's like, you know enslaving people isn't causing more harm than getting rid of slavery would. The year before Adams wrote this letter, there was 1 million enslaved people, so he wishes them success in their benevolent endeavors to relieve the distress of our fellow creatures. Right, so basically he considered black people subhuman and thought that anti-slavery people were radicals. He was like, this is radicalism. We need to do slow reformism. A gradual, because otherwise we're just going to violate everyone's rights. I wonder what that sounds like. That sounds like every political argument nowadays, right? Okay.
Of your very busy lives to join me here today.
It is a pleasure.
My pleasure indeed. Thank you, Ms. Burr.
Now, this show is about making friends out of political rivals, and you two are one of the first examples in history of putting political differences aside. But you joined me today after a bit of reconciliation. You have recently started to correspond after about 12 years of silence. I want to understand what split you two apart. We'll start with you, Mr. Adams.
Well, I would...
Oh, I was just saying, yeah, I don't know if it's true, but I think I remember recalling Lincoln being interested in some type of sending black people back to Africa thing, but I don't know if that's like old conspiracy theory stuff that's still stuck in my head. I'll have to double check that. Yeah. Isn't what state is it? There's like a lot of racist documentaries about the state that was created in Africa for American slaves to be sent to. I forget what it's like. I forget what state it was. What's the nation American slaves were sent back to in Africa? See, this is the only thing AI is good for, is to interpret my wild questions. Didn't they send them back to a certain country? Yeah, and John Brown was based, and the reason why Liberia, that's it. So there are like InfoWars coded documentaries. I don't know if it's by InfoWars, but the guy I saw watched InfoWars all the time, but there's like documentaries about Liberia and like child warriors and stuff, and how they basically try to imply that black people, if you give them a country, they create like a weird feudal criminal society. But obviously it's just because they were enslaved and then sent back to probably a poor country in Africa. I wonder if it'll mention Lincoln in here. Late 18th century, black loyalists joined British military forces during the American Revolutionary War because the founding fathers wanted to start a nation in order to avoid the abolition of slavery, which explains why John Adams was interested in abolishing it if they just did a whole ass revolution in order to preserve it. In 1787, they found Sierra Leone in what was called the Province of Freedom. Paul Cuff, 1811. So I'm pretty sure Lincoln died in 1865. So if we pass 1865 and there's no mention of Lincoln, then that's probably a myth that I'm spreading, some misinformation. Transported some members of the group known as the Free African Society to Liberia, and then some to Haiti. And then, so afterwards, Haiti gained independence through a slave revolt, which they were fined for pretty heavily by France. And then, yeah, Liberia was founded by free Africans from the United States. The immigration was free and recently emancipated, was funded and organized by the American Colonization Society. That picture, do you see that? It's like a hawk holding a scroll that says Liberia on it. My mortality rate was high. Come on, Lincoln. 1830s. Great Awakening, swept up by religious fervor. American African Americans were converted to Christianity. Okay. Oh, and then we went back again. 1850s, Fugitive Slave Act. Well, that was pretty bad. Okay, this is becoming a long thing. Oh. Damn. Between 1822 and the American Civil War, the American Colonization Society had migrated 15,000 black people back to Africa. Okay, notable members of the American Colonization Society. Look at this. Look at this. Thomas Buchanan, Thomas Jefferson, James Monroe, Abraham Lincoln, James Madison, Daniel Webster, John Marshall, and Francis Scott Key. So not only was Abraham Lincoln in support of this concept, he was part of the organization that deported black people back to Liberia. So, yeah. All of liberal politics is poisoned by hatred for black people. I mean, just period. Okay. So let's get back to the main trail. Back to our woke kings.
Of silence. I want to understand what split you two apart. We'll start with you, Mr. Adams.
Well, I would contest the premise slightly, and the fact that Mr. Jefferson and I believe that our friendship has not abated over the years. Benjamin Rush, actually a fellow member of Congress, wrote, I do not know if he wrote you as many letters as he wrote me, trying to encourage us to begin our friendship anew. I informed Dr. Rush that where there had been no war, there could be no room for negotiations for peace, which is to say...
Oh, and I wanted to say, the John Brown thing is wild because the reason he felt so justified to do all that stuff is because he's a Calvinist, and Calvinists believe because we're forgiven for our sins by Christ, everyone's going to heaven. So it's like, let's do it. It's great logic. It's when Christianity works for the good.
I did not believe our friendship had ended. It had simply been placed in a bit of retreat for a slight moment.
Mr. Jefferson, do you agree with that?
I would entirely agree, Mr. Adams. I know that may seem unusual, Mrs. Burns, that I should be so immediate in agreeing with Mr. Adams, but I think that the 11 years that we have been distant and disparate in...
Do you think their accents are really like that, right? Because Thomas Jefferson is a Democratic Republican, right? And they're supposed to be the ones working out of the South, and so he has like the Southern drawl. He was from Virginia, but would that accent be accurate to the area really? Like, isn't the Southern accent like a French patois? Like, it's not like the Southern accent existed back then. Both of these men would sound like Englishmen, or at least something like that. They were both born in England, right? Let's double check that. I don't want to spread any more misinformation or make random shots that end up being accurate. Well, I probably do want to do that more because it lends me credibility, right? Okay, so where was he born? Thomas Jefferson was born in Virginia. Oh shit. Oh shit. That broke my fucking brain right there. Okay, what about John Adams? Massachusetts. They're both American born. But I still don't know if that Southern accent would have existed back then. Based Christian fanatic is based Christian and fabulous. Yeah. Yeah, I learned the other day that there were like people who financed his attack on Harper's Ferry that just like never got in trouble. It's awesome. Okay. It's sad he died there, but it's pretty awesome that like the John Brown thing was like a political project. And it involved like massacring people. Very interesting political history we have.
Correspondence has helped us better to understand that we were more the victims of politics
Indeed.
than anything else. And
Victims of politics. How about that? Like they're the fucking the founders of our political system being you know, taken over by politics.
And you are correct. It was Dr. Rush who helped to bring us back together again in that correspondence, let alone your dear wife, Abigail. My heavens.
Right, so there's no way he has an accent like that. At the very least, it wouldn't have the presence of the French affectation. Because I don't think the French settled Virginia. The French were like they had, when we bought Louisiana, it was from the French and they had already colonized parts of it, right? Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if we could just Google that. Okay, they were multilingual. No, that's John Quincy Adams. Thomas Jefferson. Where does it say what he spoke? Okay. He could speak French, Latin, and Italian, according to notes he made. So that's. Did he go to France? Did he talk to a French person? Acting as an American diplomat in Paris. Okay, so maybe there's like a bit of room for him to have an accent like that, but I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, what a charmer and what a friend.
Oh my God, shut up.
Initially, though this was for our safety and our defense, we were paying for that protection of the crown. It was the compact between the crown and the colonies. But then after that war, the French and Indian War here in our colonies, 7 years war throughout the kingdoms of Europe, after that war, were our taxes going to our safety and defense? I dare say, Mr. Adams, you know as I do, those taxes were going to line the pockets of the board of directors of British mercantilism.
Well, given everything you just said, do you ever foresee the United States becoming allies with Great Britain in the future?
I think it's possible.
I would welcome it.
Yes, I think it might take 100 generations before it would happen, but I dare say
He's adding a little bit of that incrementalism in there.
that in eventuality, the history of Europe is a continued rising and fallings of animosity from nation to nation and then reconciliation again. It is my hope that over time that we might actually be seen as a country that is not going to come crawling back to England, but a measure in our own right that we should actually be afforded the respects and liberties that we fought for so dearly.
I feel
You know, if these guys are accurately portraying the founding father, I mean, first of all, Thomas Jefferson was a fucking rapist. He raped his children. That's how fucking much of a rapist this dude was. Sounds like John Adams was the lesser evil, but ultimately they collaborated to create this government. And if they actually like I've always read them talking, but if they acted like this when they were talking too, I would have not liked seeing these guys talk. That's for sure. I think that's about all I can stomach. Okay, let's move on. So Mitch McConnell has been hospitalized for 3 weeks and his aides won't say why. And I put this, I labeled the stream Gerontocracy, because I wanted to sort of confront that idea for a moment. So are we a gerontocracy, right? Or are we a... Okay, so they were intentionally trying to sound fancy, but they probably also had like the accent was probably there in the first place. You know, it's probably like how, like, you know, white people talk a certain way nowadays because they're told like enunciation. I wonder if the enunciation back then was sound like a, you know, sound like a I don't even know how to say it without being problematic. Sound very fancy and effeminate. You know, that's how you sound wealthy and intelligent back then. I don't know. Okay. So, yeah, what I was saying about this part is the idea that we have a gerontocracy relies on the fact that if we have a gerontocracy, the old people are making decisions, right? But I don't think that's the case. It's pretty apparent when you look at these extremely old or these decrepit, demented older folks who run our government. When you see them, they are supported by their staff. And their staff are politically aligned with them, probably appointed a lot of the time, probably, you know, positioned there through their connections, right? Like, obviously. And so when we see something like this, hospitalized for 3 weeks and the aides won't say why, we have to think that McConnell isn't in charge of the reaction to his illness, right? His aides are. And if his aides work for him, what happens if he's no longer a senator? They don't have a job. They have to get a new job. And, you know, it affects their political project. I'm sure, you know, the way Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham talk to these fucking traitors, like every time they interrogate them in the oversight hearings, by throwing softball questions and fucking rubbing their balls or whatever. Well, they know that they're a part of this political project, but they probably also know that they're done. They're checked out, they're cooked, they're washed, they're ready to retire. They probably are, you know, retired, as in they don't do any of the work that they claim to do. They don't do the work and then they pay for the employees. Now, I'm not even sure, like, I'm sure that there's different levels of this, but a lot of these aides are probably paid through deals where the senator gets money and he ends up just forwarding that to an aide. I don't have direct accusations for someone like Mitch McConnell, but they don't look at that kind of shit, you know, like, if Mitch McConnell is paid by McDonald's to have a fucking McDonald's aide, then it's not really like a thing that can show up on the paper trail if you do it the right way, you know. I'm not saying that's the case at all, or even that it would be like a major corporation like that, because honestly, they're just as threatened by someone like Trump as we are, just in a different direction, you know. So here's a photo with the caption, Senator Mitch McConnell, 84, had in recent months used a wheelchair to travel from his office building to the Capitol. Although days before his hospitalization, he was able to walk on his own. Aren't we all? Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican of Kentucky and the former majority leader, was hospitalized on June 14th. Most recent statement from his office said the senator appreciates the outpouring of support he's receiving while he continues his recovery in the hospital, and that he continues to improve and is working closely with his staff on Kentucky and Senate matters while the Senate is out of session. See, this part's a fucking lie. They are writing this to cover their asses while they try to maneuver enough in order to keep their jobs. You know, they have to look at the next person who's going to take McConnell's spot and build the political will behind him before elections even happen, before he's even out. You know, they have to have someone waiting in the wings to take his spot, and McConnell is consenting to this. There's no way he could do his job. And the worst part about this, right, is that it's the political commonality nowadays. We live in a gerontocracy as much as we live in a corporatocracy, right? So these people are working for companies as aides for the senators that are too old to do their jobs, and nobody gets in trouble for stuff like that. And the Democrats do it too, with Dianne Feinstein. She was completely gone for those last couple of years, and they kept her there because they needed the seat. And the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is the Democrats aren't preparing years in advance to put another person in there, and when they are, it's someone like Gavin Newsom who's just completely reprehensible and unlikable, and they're trying to shoehorn a bad idea into the solution spot. He is receiving excellent care. He's doing just fine. He fell unconscious in his house and hasn't been seen in public since then. So this story I have not watched. I'm interested to see what happens. Toddler found alive in hospital morgue after being pronounced dead by Arizona doctor. So I'm gonna go pee, and we're gonna watch this. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'm not even gonna go to the intro screen. I'm just literally gonna go pee. You know what I can do? I'll add a text. I don't know which one is the. There we go. Okay. Oh. Text one. There we go. Look at this. Okay, I gotta go pee. Okay, I'm back. He said Trump should be impeached, then pushed the impeachment to after Trump was out of office, then said you can't impeach a former president. Even after Congress voted, they could, he said, they could vote no because they think they can't. It clipped the context that I hate that guy, and I hope he... Okay. Yeah, I agree. I hope he also gets auto-modded. I wouldn't doubt if he was already auto-modded, you know? But I think it is worth pointing out that these strategies, these political strategies, this is what they share with each other. Like, this is the John Adams and the Thomas Jefferson, where they're informing each other's political ideas in how to prevent power from being spread to other people. And the Democrats, they're the party of intentionally fucking things up while looking like you're the good guys. So that way, like, everybody could always be like, well, it's not their fault. They got beat. You know, they lost the game. And the Republicans, they're just like they're a mad bull with a gun in a china shop. And, you know, don't blame the person who let them in the door. Just like, let's just get rid of this bull and then we'll figure it out later. Okay. But yeah, I mean, they did the one thing that, like, I'm gonna do a piece about eventually, but like keeps sticking in my mind is there's a video of Nancy Pelosi yelling at a bunch of like Palestine protesters that they're Iranian agents, like that they work for Iran. And I didn't understand it at all when that happened. I was just like befuddled. But it makes perfect sense to me now, like knowing that like they're all part of the same political project. You know, they're trying to, you know, one person thinks that like the fact that people die from not having medicine is bad, but they want to gradually fix that, and then the other guy wants to kill you, and then they're best friends and they hang out and talk all the time. So, but you know, that's why I'm interested in this kind of stuff, because I feel like if more people understood how our government worked, then it would just be impossible for them to do the kind of shit that they do. Like claiming the bullshit that they claim and like maneuvering the way they do would be impossible if they couldn't lie, you know, if they couldn't be like, well, we're not allowed to do that, and then eventually it not be allowed, but not when they say it wasn't allowed because they pushed it off too long. It's like how cops don't investigate crimes until it's too late to investigate the crime, and then they're like, well, it's too late, you should have said something when it happened. But meanwhile, the thousands of rape kits are signifiers of people saying something when something happened. Imperfect analogy. So this is somehow a doctor said that a toddler was dead when they weren't. Okay, let's check this out. How is this possible, you might ask? I'm gonna bet it's cutting corners for money.
Objections, I'd like to call time with that.
That's an Arizona doctor declaring a local toddler dead. But then over 5 hours later, the child was found breathing inside the hospital morgue. I'm ABC 15 investigator Nicole Grigg. Records show when the medical examiner came to pick up the child's body, he was still alive. Now there are serious questions about what went wrong inside that hospital.
Missed it right when you said that.
Right behind you guys, or do you want me in front? You're watching Gilbert Police body camera video showing a frantic scene from Super Bowl Sunday after a toddler was pulled from a family pool in Gilbert.
LT, I'm leaving. Mercy Gilbert.
The Gilbert police officer rushed to her car to escort the ambulance carrying that baby to Mercy Gilbert Medical Center. The ABC 15 investigators obtained these heavily redacted body camera videos from inside the hospital. Much of the video is blurred.
Oh, do you have Fallout 2 modding videos? I gotta, if you got those, I gotta check those out. Yeah, I feel like my number of times fucking videos up is substantially less than when I first started, but I've ruined entire projects from not double checking things. So that's why, like, every once in a while I'll glance, but I still mess things up. It's probably like very soul crushing to do this like without knowing how a computer works.
Most of the audio has been muted. But a police report reveals something critical. 2 officers say they saw signs of life more than once. One officer wrote that a nurse in another room believed she found a pulse, and when the officer tried to alert the doctor, he claims that the doctor dismissed the concern, writing that the doctor arrogantly told me he was the doctor, he has the...
Oh, we messed up. It wasn't capitalism this time. It was sexism. Shit. Next time I'll guess capitalism or sexism is what did this. Oh, I might check that out. Yeah, that's funny. I've noticed you in Waldo's chat, and I'm like so flattered that you went to YouTube to subscribe to me, which that's like more than like most people are willing to do, even for people they like. So appreciate it. So far it's a little bit of elitism and a little bit of sexism. So let's check this out. And I know you're funny because you think I'm funny, and that's all I need.
The medical degree. He went to medical school for a reason and to let him do his thing. ABC 15 appears to have located part of that exchange in the...
We're gonna listen to it. All jokes aside, this is terrifying, right? Like if your kid fell in a pool, drowned, and then you were told they were dead only for 5 hours later for them to be found like in the morgue suffering from a lack of medical care. I would be so full of rage at that hospital. Like, especially if my kid was like hurt afterwards, like irreparably, like no, this is why you got to have like a buddy system in every type of medical industry. Okay, cool. So Waldo's the one who lured you away from your primary platform. Okay, so I'm humbled.
Body camera video just moments before the doctor declares the baby dead.
I went to medical school for a reason. I'm not trying. Okay, let me just clarify. Thank you.
But that was not the only signs of life that records show hospital staff ignored. The report provides a critical timeline. About 6:20, the doctor declared the boy dead. Over the next hour, the officers detailed hearing gasping sounds, but those didn't stop. As the baby was then about to be moved to the morgue, the officers heard an audible...
No, I understand it perfectly. That makes perfect sense. I think I might start dual streaming because I know how to do that, and I've just been lazy and not set it up. And one thing I need to learn how to do is do like a vertical stream, because for some reason those get thousands of views. Like people with no subs do those and they get thousands of views. Probably because people are coming through to hate them, but you know, it gets some subs. I don't know how to grow subs. I've been trying for a long time. I got a few from correcting Cam James on that one thing, but I didn't even want to make that video.
Gas. Then inside the morgue, the officer wrote she observed another gasp or air release.
This is terrible. I wonder if there is a profit motive we don't know about, because I don't know if you've watched my video essays, but I talk about in one video essay I talk about a local morgue that was basically taking the money from people to do cremations and then giving the families fake ashes afterwards. Yeah, they go into the shorts category. Right. So people see it when they're just like doing the thing. You can set up OBS to record and stream multiple formats at the same time. Okay, so I don't need to have because to do my multi-stream, I need to have multiple OBSs running at once. If I could just do it through one, that would be sick. But yeah, there's a lot of things in like the death industry where they cut corners in order to save money. So there are a lot more different morgues that do that same thing, and they're not morgues technically, they're called funeral homes. And then the funeral homes usually have, I forget what it's called, but it's a place where you burn the bodies. Hospitals have morgues. Morgues are where you store the bodies. And I wonder, because there were in the one that I was learning about, they had like contracts with organ companies that would accept organs. But then they were able to lie about and this is where it gets like so fucking disturbing, because not only were they stealing people's organs and then not burning their bodies, so not giving their family their ashes back, they were taking these organs without the people's consent. And then they were lying about whether they had health conditions when selling them to the medical organ redistributors that sell them to hospitals. So there are companies that basically sold like cancer livers to hospitals, and when that happens, they test that shit and they can see that it's not a good liver, and it's just like throwing money into a pit, you know. And not only that, but like there are people waiting on those like organ donations. It's just horrible. There was one story I heard, I think this might have been on Behind the Bastards. It was a similar thing, but it was someone who ended up doing blood, and they accidentally had a bunch of like AIDS blood that like got spread across Canada, I think, like just some crazy shit. And it's because there's like a lack of regulation in certain sectors of the medical industry. I wonder if this doctor gets paid by a funeral home to send healthy bodies to, you know. It's fucking disturbing to even like speculate on that, but it's like something that happens.
Which was now almost an hour later. But a nurse didn't take those signs seriously, saying those sounds could be a response from efforts to save the toddler. All of that audio, though, was redacted.
I'm gonna let Mom and Dad come in here. Okay.
Some of the last recordings we hear was when the family was told to say goodbye. Then more than 5 hours later, at 11:52 p.m., the medical examiner's office found that the baby was breathing inside the morgue. He was flown to Phoenix Children's Hospital, and that's when the family learned he was alive. The officer writing that the baby was declared dead in error. An MRI said that the baby had brain damage, and we're told he will need lifelong care. An attorney for the family declined to comment. Mercy Gilbert saying in a statement, this is a heartbreaking situation, and that they immediately conducted a thorough review of
I'm so mad. Okay, we gotta move. I'm so mad. Oh, that made me so mad. Okay, so Tyler Robinson killed a man. I forget that guy's name. He's like a commenter. I forget. There's something about like people hold like candles in his memory. So let's just get through a little bit of this, and then we'll get through a little bit of this Trump speech, and then I got to take a break. And when I get back, we're going to do research writing part of the stream. So.
Good morning. Court is now in session. Calling case number 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, please enter your appearances.
Good morning, Judge. Chad Grunander.
See, now the interesting thing about Tyler Robinson is people don't think he did it. Not because he didn't do it, but because everybody's gone fucking crazy. People think he didn't do it, even though, like, Discord messages joking about it, photos of him having the same gun, him being a pretty good hunter, him disappearing from his house for days after the shooting, only to admit to his preacher, his pastor, that he did it, and for his pastor to tell his dad that he did it. And that's how we know he did it. So, yes, he is innocent until proven guilty. In fact, throw the whole case out. But we are here to engage critically with the idea that he didn't do it. because a lot of people are saying that. So let's do this. And you know, that kind of stuff could really fuck with the court case. I don't know if he would get off under any circumstance, but yeah, Ninja Israelis, I've heard that it was an assassination by the Israelis. They had his mic, his lapel mic blow up, and the other guy, he's just a patsy. He didn't even do it. So we're going to see in this court case whether he is saying, I wasn't even there. I didn't even do it. I saw it. His head exploded. Yeah, his neck just did that.
Ryan McBride, Jeff Gray, and Chris Ballard for the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kathy Nestor, Stacy Visser, Michael Burt here on behalf of Mr. Robin.
Okay, so this is his lawyer. So we're going to, you know, to play into this fantasy a little, hopefully, you know, he got a good lawyer, and she's going to say, my client wasn't there. My client wasn't there. Like, he couldn't have committed this crime because we have his cell phone data, and he was hanging out like in the crowd watching the thing normal style. So
Robinson, and if maybe we could just check and make sure he can hear us.
Mr. Robinson, can you hear us? All right, good
help me, I wasn't there.
morning to you all. All right, I apologize for the slight delay. There was a couple of last minute things I needed to do as it relates to this case. So I appreciate your patience. I know your time's important, and the court respects that. And before we begin, counsel for the state, could you provide a brief?
Oh, it's really funny because I think a lot of the time the assassination media is a lot more sympathetic to the person who got shot, but generally all people are always more sympathetic to the shooter. Even in because I have this book called here it is. Called Breaking Points. I'm only halfway through it, but this was written by John Hinckley's parents, and it's about how they he was like basically homeless, and they were like, well, we can't keep sending him money because he's like wasting it, so we got to cut him off. And they cut him off, and like for 3 months they didn't talk to him, and the next time they saw him, he had shot the president to impress Jodie Foster, because Jodie Foster was anti-gun, right? This is in none of like the Family Guy type of jokes about this shit. Jodie Foster didn't like guns, so John Hinckley shot Reagan to impress her because Reagan was pro-gun. That's what happened. And even then, the family got all the support in the world. All of the neighbors were sad for John. They all were on his side. They were getting more mail that was in support of them from people than they were getting mail that was angry at them for what happened. Because it's like everybody, it was under the common understanding that this was a sick person who did something irrational. And even though, because all of these people are pro-Reagan Republicans, you know, and some of them consider themselves Reaganites, like dedicated to Reagan's ideology Republicans. And they were still sympathetic because they understood that even if someone they care about got hurt in it, they're like still going to look out for their own, right? And so like with this Tyler Robinson thing, it's almost like that same thing is happening in mass where everybody's like, but everybody's a little bit crazier now. So they're not like, oh yeah, he's sick, I feel so bad for his parents. Now they're like, I feel so bad for his parents. He was set up by the Illuminati to be pinned for this because Charlie's neck just did that. So
status update regarding discovery.
Yes, Judge, I'll ask Ryan McBride to do that for the state.
We just
I think it was just late last week, we provided 12 additional files. I think that's a duplicate share. That was reports from the ATF labs. That brings our total back up to approximately 100% of what we have has been shared.
All right, thank you. All right, and anything, does the defense need the benefit of the record as it relates to that issue?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Turning to defense's motion for order to show cause. The parties submitted additional briefing on June 17th and June 18th, with the most recent filing being received at approximately 9:21 on June 18th. The court intends to consider all briefing and arguments submitted by the parties before rendering its decision in the interest of justice and to ensure the constitutional rights of all parties upheld. Because the most recent submissions were filed shortly before the anticipated ruling, the court requires additional time to complete its thorough review.
So that's really interesting. They were about to come to a decision, and then the prosecutor, because they asked the defense if they wanted to, like, if they were worried about it not being true information or whatever. So presumably that's information from the prosecutor. And he said something about the ATF, so alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So I wonder if it's like gun analytics. And he was about to get a determination, and then now they have to extend it because they have to look at the new evidence.
The court recognizes the importance of the issues presented and will issue its decision on a schedule that will be announced at the conclusion of today's proceedings on the remaining matters. And those remaining matters are the defendant's motion in limine to preclude the utilization of Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution and Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence to sanction the admissibility of hearsay evidence to establish probable cause at the preliminary hearing and defendant's application for certification for attendance of an out-of-state witness and state's motion to quash subpoenas. And so the court will issue its ruling first on its motion in limine. And I'll be reading from.
So interesting what he's saying, right? It almost sounds like there are a part of his defense is that he wasn't there, right? Like it, I don't know, that's interesting. Because they're saying like they want all evidence based on hearsay thrown out. And that's like what Tyler joked about killing Charlie Kirk in the Discord chat. So it's like, not Charlie, Tyler. I don't even know who Charlie is. But Tyler was talking about some rather unsavory things in the Discord chat, and that's being used as evidence against him. I wonder if they're asking for it to be thrown out because it's just him chatting with his buds. Maybe he's just a crazy kid who admitted to his pastor something that wasn't true. He did escape completely for a few days. Remember that.
The order that I intend to upload on the docket later today. In his motion in limine to preclude the utilization.
Really, it is up to the state to prove guilt, not up to the defense to prove innocence. So, I mean, funniest thing in the world would be is if he gets off, because there's just so much bullshit spread about it. Like if Candace Owens gets Tyler Robinson off for shooting Charlie Kirk on accident because she created so many conspiracies about it. Just as an example.
Utilization of Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution and Rule 1102 of the Utah Rules of Evidence. Defendant Tyler James Robinson seeks an order preventing the state of Utah from relying on hearsay to establish probable cause at his upcoming preliminary hearing. The motion was fully briefed. The court heard oral arguments on June 12, 2026. Now, being fully advised of the premises and relevant legal authorities, the court hereby respectfully denies the defendant's motion for the reasons set forth.
Yeah, so they're gonna rail his ass. They're not. This judge is ready to tear this dude apart. I wonder if there's a video of them showing the evidence in court. I doubt it. I highly doubt that. I'm surprised they showed this. I mean, it must be to like quell like some type of, public concern. I'm sure there are lots of people who are worried about him getting unfairly prosecuted, and lots of people who are worried about him getting off the hook because of the fact that people are lots of people are genuinely convinced that this young man didn't do it, and not even in a ironic way like with some other political assassins. Interestingly enough, both this guy and the other one, which is viewed with a bit more positive light, Luigi, the administration is accusing the left of both of these acts. So to keep in mind that when they talk about the rise of political assassinations, they're using both this, the attempted assassination of Trump, and what was the first thing I said? The killing of the United Healthcare worker, United Healthcare CEO, not worker, of being leftist, like they're leftist assassins, is what the administration is trying to say. It's fun that there's two assassination trials happening at the same time that are both very publicized. Yeah, it is. It's interesting. I don't know. It's depending on where, like, how public these trials are is how much the administration can use them in their propaganda effort to, like, say this is part of political nihilist extremism. Forget, they have a specific term for it. White House nihilist extremism. If they're both libertarians, that's the funniest thing in the world, because of course they are. It's always a libertarian to get a gun and cause a bunch of issues. Yeah, NVEs. It's called nihilistic violent extremism. And it's basically saying communists are the same, and communists, trans people, and Tyler Robinson / Luigi Mangione are all the same political movement.
Below. In Utah, the primary purpose of the preliminary
I said, let's watch a little bit of Trump talking, then we're going to take a break. I said.
Well, thank you very much to the men and women of the South Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd. And what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine and all of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry. Lieutenant Governor Van Huysen.
Love to do that jet thing. Like every event that I've watched this year, they fly jets over it. Never in my life seen so many jets flying over like political rallies.
Oh, they're good. I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And ever to exist in human history, and it is great. America is the most successful country on earth, and by the grace of God, the United States of America.
He's starting to look real thick, huh? He's starting to look like real, like late Stalin. How like Stalin looked more squished the older he got. That's how this guy looks now. He used to carry all the weight in the front, and now it's creeping up to his neck.
America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history, and it is great to be your president. Quality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity.
See, don't you see like the problem with our political ideology, where like someone can earnestly say the exact same thing as the other side of the political aisle and mean it for evil? Like when they say equality, they mean like, oh, the we're not going to do anything to serve like the people who are historically oppressed. Equality means like everybody gets the same treatment now, which, you know, even then. And then justice, their vision of justice is a police state. Their self-government means that we don't regulate fucking supplements or AI. Unmatched prosperity means we don't regulate supplements or AI.
Have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing. The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen.
Did this motherfucker just say the birth of a nation? Did he just say the birth of a nation? The birth of a nation. The birth of a nation. You know, the KKK propaganda film in the 1915 that created the second KKK revival, where we had at the peak in I think 1919, we're at our peak in this country at 3 million members of the fucking KKK. You cannot accidentally do that.
The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply
Fuck
the best and
you.
most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet by human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America. And we give thanks in history.
So much of the speech is just saying the same thing over and over.
Came together for the miracle, and these are the men who declared the freedom, and won our freedom, and saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition, men of daring.
Fascist propaganda, you know, great men theory. It's nothing to do with the forces that people commit to, you know, the social forces. The political figures aren't avatars of the social forces. They command the social forces in fascist ideology, in liberal ideology. They are the rulers and they are the creators. But in real life, in the material world, we elect these people. We create them. The people create these fucking monsters. Yeah, just like he accidentally paraphrased Mein Kampf when he said that immigrants poison the blood of the nation. You know, like that common phrase that like people just kind of say, it's like washing the dishes. Nobody coined the phrase washing the dishes. Yeah, Hitler washed the dishes too, right?
This is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congrats.
It's exactly, he's like, remember on J6 after he had to send them all home, he was like, you're all very special. You did a good job.
Congratulations, everybody. Congratulations. To beat the American spirit and proudly, while some people are envious and some people are not.
The envy thing, Teddy Roosevelt also described socialists and progressive organizers, not the progressive big P political movement, That was Teddy Roosevelt's movement. But the little p, the people, they were the people telling the politicians that we need something other than like unfettered power by capitalists.
We are not.
Called socialists envious, envious of their neighbor, lazy, lackadaisical, pussies. He called them pussies who want other people's shit.
But with admiration, and we earn problem and equal. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, thousands of years if he states that anything is justified. 100 million people just in the last century alone are somewhat different ideology of free people everywhere in the world. Disagreements like differences over taxes or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us.
What does that even mean? And that's fucking Israeli Hasbara saying we're not going to let it happen to us. That's like literally like, that might be a common phrase, but I know where this motherfucker learned it. He must have been the person who killed Charlie Kirk for Israel. Or whatever. But anyway, I gotta go. Let's finish the communism part.
Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works. It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the enemy.
I don't recall capitalism being in the Constitution. The people are in the Constitution. All men are created equal was in the Constitution, and the white racist capitalists ignored that part to enslave people. If we went by the word of the Constitution, we would probably have a system that was much more socialist in nature, communist in nature. But of course, liberalism is the idea of giving power to the people who naturally control it. You know, it's not about like dividing power equally amongst the people. It's about the natural order of things and how people, like, the function of government is to protect the bodies of the people within that government and nothing else, you know. And, you know, that's why the argument is back and forth. Oh, we should do this, we should do that. But it's never, we should get rid of capitalism. But capitalism isn't in the Constitution.
Of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself, because it never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems. That system.
What does that even mean? When you look at, it
never worked. Thousands of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems. That system.
What is, communism is now the historic, communism is literally Satan. And Satan is all the countries that weren't Western throughout history. That's like all he's saying. Like, and it's a complete, like, it's just fascist myth building. And of course the fascist myth building is explicitly anti-communist, but the liberal myth building is also explicitly anti-communist. That's why they can work together and they can't work with us, you know.
Has led to more death.
Right, exactly. And I would argue that the Constitution is more socialist than libertarian or classical liberal, you know. The enforcement of the Constitution and the failure to enforce, like, the preamble in the Bill of Rights, that's the failure on the end of the capitalists who wrote it. It's like a propaganda thing. But if you follow it by the rules, like, you could build a socialist country around the Constitution. That's my belief. It's not going to function maybe as like the same way as like Eastern communism, like China or Russia, but it could literally be that better than capitalism, because the capitalists circumvent the Constitution regularly. They constantly break the rules. They change all of the definitions. Like, there's no reason why it can't be applied in a different lens for anti-capitalist reasons. And these people literally don't respect the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. They don't respect the Fifth Amendment. They don't respect the Second Amendment. They don't respect the fucking the 13th Amendment. They don't respect the 14th Amendment. They don't respect the fucking 15th Amendment or the Voting Rights Act or fucking anything. They don't respect any of our fucking civil rights. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, the capitalist is much further from any type of political ideal of self-governance than the communist. Period. Night, Mikos. Yeah, I'm gonna take the break. We don't need to keep hearing this fluff. I don't know if you'll be back later, Moose. I'm gonna be gone for about an hour. And I'm just gonna leave the stream up on the waiting screen. So and that's fine if you're drunk later, because the next part's going to be chill. So we're going to learn about how television shows work. But yeah, I'll be back in about 2 hours. I'm actually back. I'm back a little earlier than I anticipated. But that means I'll have to leave earlier than I anticipated too. So we have to get the next part of the stream on the road. Am I right? Am I right? Okay, here I am. Sorry, I belched into the mic like that. Okay, so don't need this up. Okay, so let's get to this. Okay, so I'm working on my project that is a follow-up to my essay about the Dead Zone, the Dead Files, right? The Dead Files is a TV show, and in my opinion, a very unethical TV show because of the way it is produced, which we'll get into more. But right now I'm trying to figure out. So this is where I left off. So I was trying to figure out how this show is produced, right? And so I went and I looked up how a travel show is produced. So let's look at this together. So the first thing I was wondering is how do you become a host for a travel channel television show like the Dead Files, right? I was trying to see if the hosts of the show are actually even anywhere responsible, like any way responsible for the production of the show, and they are not. The hosts are hired actors, right? And so let's read this. Discovery Inc. does not accept applications for host positions. The hosts and talent selected for programs you see on our networks are chosen by the various production companies of the shows. We are not provided with information as to when or how often the production companies hold auditions, nor do we provide specific contact information for the production companies. You may want to consider contacting an agent to assist you in pursuing this type of career. Right. Okay. So if you're not familiar with the Dead Files, I do recommend watching my debunking the Dead Files video, but it's not the whole story, right? And the thing I wanted to go into and the thing I ended that essay on is the fact that, so this show is produced, and it portrays, right, a cop, a medium, and a cameraman who's following the medium around. Well, the cameraman who's following the medium around is also being filmed by another cameraman. He's meant to be a prop. He's also an actor in the show, The Dead Files. The plot of The Dead Files is that they get called to these locations, this cop and this medium, and they're supposed to investigate the house, and they do it separately. So when they come to the person who called them in, they could both describe their stories and, oh, it lines up surreptitiously. So it must mean that their investigative abilities in the paranormal are, like, you know, impactful or positive, meant to reduce harm, all these things, you know. But the problem is that the production company, which is, okay, so History Channel, that's another one of these like mass-produced TV channels. Oh, my shit's skipping. I don't know why that's happening. My graphics card is struggling. Oh, did I just freeze? What's happening? Oh. Let me plug this back in. Okay. Yeah, I froze. That was funny. But back to what I was saying. The show, the way this, so to rewind everything again, I kind of got mixed up there. So the show is about a team of people that go and supposedly research and investigate haunted locations, then tell the people who have the issues how to solve it. Sometimes they call in an exorcist. Sometimes, in this specific example, the episode that we're talking about, they smudge the property with sage, right? And it's all like a performance. It's an illusion. They are actors. And the problem with my debunk is that it took them too seriously. It took them as like these are people who are actually claiming these things. And this next video I want to do is focused on the gas hand. Yeah. I don't even know how to do it naturally, but either way, what was I gotta hit my pin. I was thinking about hitting the pin and I'm distracted. Right. So you think that it's two people who are acting in the show, but it's actually the third person, the cameraman, who like belies the real intention of the show. Because he's also performing, right? He's meant to be the objective observer, but he's performing as well. And he's catching these shots of the medium performing her work and giving her leading questions, right? Well, travel, history, all these channels, they don't produce the shows. They are just the networks that the shows are broadcasted on, right? So they don't make the shows that they show. They're just licensing to broadcast them. So that's the first thing anybody should understand about all of this. When I'm looking at the Dead Files, that first episode of it, it's actually a completely fabricated scenario. It doesn't matter whether what they're saying is true or not. The whole thing is meant to be it's a written script for a television show that was decided upon in a writer's room, right? We're going to get into the rest of that, but so first thing, hold in your mind, they don't produce the show. So if they don't produce the show, who produces the show? Well, the producer of the show is Painless TV. Okay, so this is the production company. And this production company is actually a relaunching of a previous production company that actually produced the Dead Files. So we see it right there, the Dead Files. And this production company isn't the same one that produced the Dead Files. It's actually named differently. It's just owned by the same guy. The Dead Files tried firing their medium and replaced her, and then the show like lost all of its popularity and it like was basically canceled. But the dude who owned the production company seems to have also scrapped all of like the employees that were working there and relaunched it to make even cheaper television. So the whole idea behind this is that they don't charge the networks that much to produce their shows. They're supposed to be like budget television. And it says it right here. We believe good television results from simplifying the creative process, developing straightforward solutions to complex situations. So then what I'm thinking is that if this is the production company, it's probably run the same way it's always been run. So if it's run now the same way it was run in 2008 when this show was produced, then this pitch form should be should reflect the old company's methodology for doing these shows, right? And so it's a lot of stuff that I'm not really going to go into here. It's going to be mostly in the essay, but this whole thing basically says, pitch me the show. Who's working with you? How much will it cost? What's the location? What's your idea for this episode of this show? And if we decide to do this, then you have to agree to our terms. Our terms aren't on this form. You're just agreeing to agree to our terms that we give you after you agree to this. If you don't agree to this, then we can still do your idea without involving you, and you can't sue us. You can't say anything about it. That's what this form is basically saying. So I actually, before I got down this rabbit trail, I was trying to contact the people who were playing the subjects in the episode that we're discussing. And one of them is a man who's in prison. The other one is a restaurant owner. And neither of them responded to me, which I'm not too surprised by. But I think it's a little weird that I don't get even like a no or nothing, or like it's no response. And I think that part of agreeing to their terms to make the episode, or to get paid for being a part of the episode in the case of the prisoner, is to, I think they sign a non-disclosure agreement. So, and even though they're not really legally binding, I don't think that they feel like comfortable sharing any of their experiences about the show because they're afraid of being sued. That's my theory. I don't exactly like have proof for that, because they have in this sheet that you'll agree to their other sheet that they don't have on this webpage. So I assume it's more predatory at that point. We did a thing where we looked into Signal's contract, and this isn't as it's not Signal, it's Chorus. That's the name of the media bribery company ran by Brian Tyler Cohen. And those people were very explicitly like craven in their agreement. But this one is saying, agree to this to agree to the next thing, which I think is suspicious, but it doesn't show exact proof of what I'm like saying. The NDA agreement is in the Chorus agreement when you first like register. So that's why I think it's not quite confirmed. But that's my idea. That's my theory here about why nobody is talking to me about it, because otherwise it's just that they're ignoring it. And it seems like if a television show implied that I was like taken over by a demon, I'd be pretty upset about it, and I would say that that isn't cool. So here's a little bit more information. Here's another one of the sources I got. So this is from the James Randi Foundation, and they're like a debunker organization. Debunker, you know, they're skeptics, early 2000s style skeptics. And she is talking about the background of the people in the show. And she, this writer points out that the medium was a massage therapist in Denver before she was hired as the medium. So, you know, that could just be a class thing. She could just have that as a side job. But, you know, she's claiming to be a psychic, so she's full of shit. So I wouldn't give her too much benefit of the doubt. And then what this person points out that I think is interesting is they claim that she works with police departments to lend her credibility. And what this person says is that doesn't happen. That's actually a cultural myth that police departments work with psychics. In fact, there's a pretty funny quote here. A Denver cold case detective once said to local investigators, Brian and Baxter, "I wish we had a phone line that was specifically for psychics to call and leave their tips, and then we would never answer it." So I don't think they think psychics are legitimate. And the other person is a cop, but she doesn't really get into Steve's background here. She mostly talks about Amy. Yeah, see, she talks about Steve for like a moment. But she calls Steve a biased believer when Steve is literally just like a normal cop. You know, he doesn't care about lying. There's no, like, he says that, oh, he's like a skeptic who is like more agnostic now because he's seen Amy. Well, if that was the case in any one of these stories, and like in any one of these stories, he would absolutely believe in ghosts because she claims to directly interact with them. But that's the whole point, right? This is completely made up bullshit and they're acting. And that would be the defense for the production company or culturally for the existence of the show. But the result in creating something where like you're intentionally telling people that this is a real thing. We're not acting. This is a real thing. We're not acting, to like make people like the show is like it's misleading and it makes people think that it's real, right? So they would be like, you can't sue us, it's fake, but their advertising says it's real, right? And I think legally there should be like, you know, the label on cigarettes that says you'll get cancer if you smoke this. There needs to be like a big warning label on the beginning of these shows that says this is a work of fiction, right? Because they don't have that. And it's all premised on it being real, even though you know that their defense would be this is a TV show. So I have no doubt to benefit psychics, yo, a blue collar grifter is still a grifter. Right. And that's, I mean, a lot of it is the result of people who use it to escape poverty, right? And that doesn't make it justifiable if they're using it to escape poverty, like conning people. The writer points out that Elvis Restaino, who we discovered was in a movie called Bloodsport 4, I think Bloodsport 4, Bloodsport 3, but he produced a sequel to the Bloodsport movie where he played a character that was a goofball, and he was also the director. Just really messy shit. And so what I think is that Elvis Restaino pitched the first episode to the network, to the production company. The production company pitches it to the network. The network says yes. The production company, which is composed of more than a dozen people, like for the production crew. So we're not talking about like, oh, these three actors, the medium, the cop, and the cameraman are like the producers of the show. They're actors. They're employees who are playing a role, which means that they're not liars, like I said in the other video. They're literally just actors, and the production company advertising it are liars. But ultimately, they're all still liars. We live in like a non-truth society, and this is like a realm where things get so unbelievably fake and people still believe it, right? It's the same thing Fox does. It's all satire in court, but they're dead serious on air. That's exactly it, right? And the whole purpose is to make money, because if you have an incredibly salacious story, people are watching it. They don't give a fuck about like the societal impacts. And if the goals if the end goals like align with the impact, then they're even more willing to do it. But also, I didn't know this, he's also in LA Inc., but I don't watch that kind of stuff. So, and yeah, I think this person gets it wrong though, because they say the basic formula seems to be that they film Amy's lengthy reading of the house, providing a substantial amount of claims. Hot reading may be involved at times. Hot reading is where Amy knows the information before she goes in. These claims are then meshed with Steve's findings, and they edit out Amy's misses, which is true. It appears that the show is constructed backwards to fit the profile pieced together by Steve. It's an excellent example of confirmation bias. So the problem, I think, is that this person misinterprets it, right? They think that the show is happening as it's being performed. But what's really happening is they planned the whole fucking thing out from the beginning. They planned it with the people there. They planned it with the production company, the writer's room, and they recorded it with a crew. It wasn't just these three people. It was a whole crew of people recording a planned plot. The only reason why Amy's predictions don't perfectly align with the results is to create the argument over it, right? It's not supposed to if for example, like if Amy went in there and every single thing she said perfectly lined up with everything Steve said at the ending, then people would be more suspicious than if she made a bunch of things that seemed like they were close and then Steve pulled them into context at the end. And like she's saying, it's confirmation bias, but the way that they create the confirmation bias is they don't make it too clean, right? It's meant to intentionally create an argument. So yeah, I don't think the show is being produced on the spot when they show up. Like in the first episode, the whole idea of going in there and walking through Elvis's yard and making all those predictions and lining it up in the end is completely intentional and planned. But it does get a little weirder with this second episode. So let's get into what happens in the second episode. Basically, so I have I have my notes on the side here, and I have my timestamps and stuff. The whole plot of this episode is to insinuate that this black man killed someone because he was possessed by a baby demon, right? And the way that they build this narrative is by Amy making a whole bunch of like assertions that end up having to be cut out of context in the later part of the show. So my prior thing that I was literally just saying is like debunked in this next one. So what I think happened here is that Elvis was a willing party, but I don't think that these two people who are the subjects of this episode knew that the people who were producing the episode were creating this story, right? So they pre-wrote it and they go in there and they try to impose it. And so it doesn't line up because it doesn't line up with what the people who don't know that they're acting are saying. Elvis knew he was acting, so all of his stuff lines up completely. So there are a few examples of this in this one. There's a couple of employees who are scared of going in the basement. There's the owner who's upset that the employees are scared of going in the basement. And then there is Steve goes in and he questions them. And they tell him that they're scared, and then it's cutting back to Amy, right? And Amy's talking about a demon the whole fucking time. She goes in there talking about a demon, but she also goes in there weaponizing racist tropes because they already know who they're going to pin, like, for the like demon existing. It's so weird because there's a real crime that happened here, right? And the context for that crime is based in material circumstances, and they're trying to create a story that they wrote in the writer's room and brought here. And so she is telling a different story than what Steve is reading, but Steve is also telling her story. So they both know what's going on. Steve's findings are what he can manipulate into being Amy's findings, right? Like, it's hard to explain until I write it. Possessed by a you're right, it does. And it literally, like, the whole, they don't do the smudging thing in later seasons because I think that this is so fucking stupid at the end that even they were embarrassed to do it. So Steve goes and finds an article talking about how a man was sought in the killing of a merchant. And he mentions, like, offhandedly that the killer hit the victim once with a hammer after being groped, and then shows like a literal, like, crime scene picture of the person who was killed dead. It's blurred and stuff, but it's like, it's very exploitative of a real crime that happened in like 1995, I think. And the person who committed this crime, I think, was 17 years old at the time. And his name was Moses Farrow. Moses Farrow was a black man and he was homeless. And his defense claim during the case was that the person who hired him to work in his antique shop was sexually assaulted him in his basement. Like he went to grope the homeless black youth, and the kid freaked the fuck out and hammers the shop owner to death, right? He's given first-degree murder charges and 45 years in prison. He just gets out like later this year or next year, but he was given premeditated murder charges, right? Yeah, his name is Awesome. And the only thing about him online is this one case, and it's like in the New York Times and all this kind of stuff. And so they obviously were able to find the story in advance. But how did they find the story, right? Because they don't have people going out. So I think that the shop owner pitched them a slightly different story than what they end up going in there with. I think the shop owner pitches them that Moses killed someone there, and so it's haunted with the spirit of the person that Moses killed. Right? I think that's the pitch he gave them. But also, remember I said this guy owns a restaurant? Look at this. So I have all my sources here. And if we go to this restaurant is where the episode is filmed. It's called Plan B. This was the most recent. No, this is the guy. This is the restaurant that is in the episode, right? And this episode was closed in 2012. That's what this is about. And the episode that was filmed was in 2009, right after the like housing crisis. So he's like obviously stressed about that. I think he knew about the local lore of this person being killed and said, oh, we can make some money if we get publicity by pushing this ghost thing. And so he pitched it to this network. The network decides, well, the ghost of a dead old guy isn't really something we want to do. That's the real victim here, you know. They're not even considering the fact that he sexually assaulted someone to get there, and that Moses was definitely overcharged for something like this. But they come up with this demon story. So the whole episode is them trying to push the demon story into the very real crime that was committed by Moses. And so and this is a majority white city with a sizable black population that was hit significantly by the housing crisis. Here's that article by the New York Times. It just says a homeless man was convicted of murder Wednesday. And this was 1999. So he wasn't 17. He was 21 when he killed this guy. So 21, he's going to be fucking 60 when he gets out. Or I guess he didn't get 40 years. What did he get? 21, and he's getting out in 2026. Went to jail in 1995. So that's 30 years. He got 30 years in prison. Oh, it says it right here. Jesus Christ. 30 years to life, though, so it seems like they didn't give him the life. Or maybe it could be that his parole hearing is this year, and I just assumed that he's getting out. Maybe he doesn't get out. But either way, this is a real person, right? And he's in the episode. But the way he's talked to in the episode is literally just a dry interview between Steve and him. And Steve is trying to, it's so crazy. He's trying to do cop shit. He's trying to frame this black man for a haunting, basically. And he says like, and they're like throwing all sorts of bullshit on him. At one point in time, Amy, who's the psychic, she says, she felt the energy and spirit of a man, yet she only mentions his energy, then shows a very short clip. So think about that. The energy and spirit of this man, yet in the scene, she only mentions his energy. So they cut out the part where she's talking about the spirit, in a later part. And then they show a very short clip which only references his anger, because when she says that anger part, she mentions that he feels this anger towards women, and that this is disproven through an interview. Steve interviews his girlfriend at the time, and she says, no, he never seemed like he was angry towards women. He wasn't abusive towards me. And that's like where they end it. But they never get rid of like the him being angry part. She also says that he was in prison for burglary before this happened. And he wasn't. He was never charged with a crime. He had a clean rap sheet before he was arrested for the murder of this man. But like I said, so this happens at a New Jersey restaurant called The Spot. Well, if we go to The Spot, come on. Oh. Here we go. No, that's not it. It has a different name now. I'm trying to remember what the name is. Okay, well, whatever. I don't know what the new name of it is, but look at this. In the story, this was the owner of a antique store, right? 2 doors down from this restaurant is an antique store. This antique store closed or opened. This antique store opened right after the financial crisis, I think. No, right before. So this Heaven Gallery opened in 2006. That's the same time that the Spa opened. So the Spa opens and Heaven Gallery both open in 2006. And the Spa gets closed in 2012 after the financial crisis. But then this other place called Heaven closes in 2018 or whatever, 2024. There's a far better episode about racism, over-sentencing, and the nuances of justice they threw away to feed lying slop about the slack-jawed audience. Yeah, lying slop to the slack-jawed audience. That's it. No, that's totally it. They had a narrative that they wrote, and then there's so much more interesting stuff going on here that they ignored. And it gets so much worse because they have no respect for the black guy in this situation. Who cares if he's a murderer? They have no respect for him compared to the restaurant owner. Like they're babying him. They talk to him like a baby. Meanwhile, they treat Moses like a fucking crazy person when he committed one crime once. It was terrible, but he committed it once, and it was in response to another crime. And he was vulnerable when it happened. I mean, there was no reason why a fucking black man in the 90s would be using that as a defense unless it really happened. No fucking way. And the problem was right after he did it, he took money from his pockets and ran out. And people were like, well, then that's first degree murder. So it's ridiculous. But anyway, I don't know if you've ever worked at a restaurant, Moose, but how often have you ever experienced them installing restaurant equipment into an antique shop? This place, Heaven, is 3 doors down, and it's an antique shop. And before then, it was an antique shop. There are old pictures, which I don't know if I have them available here, but I have old pictures of that street too. and that's always been an antique shop. But I don't have old pictures of the restaurant to verify the name. And I'm thinking this guy just knew that this murder happened on this block, hits them up saying that, oh, we could say that my place is haunted, try to get this extra business. They come here, they lie about the location just like they did in the first episode. But the important part here is that they basically erase his story of being sexually assaulted, even to the point where they imply that the reason why Moses did this is because he hated gay people. Because Steve, at one point of time, towards the end, he says that the guy who Moses killed was big in the gay community, and that just wasn't true. From everything I could read, he was literally just like a normal, not normal as in not gay, but normal as in a not openly homosexual person owning this store. You know, he wasn't a big person in the gay community. He was just gay, right? And I don't know if he had a wife or anything at the time, but he wasn't like he wasn't openly gay and inviting a hate crime from the black guy. You know, like that's like what Steve implies in the episode, completely turning on its head the whole like reason why the crime happened. But at the very end, they like, so, and Amy, I don't know if she is like just trying to muddy it up enough or something, but she claims that the energy from the guy is upstairs, but the thing downstairs is actually a baby demon. And she says that to get rid of the baby demon should be pretty easy because it's so young. And then they cleanse the bathroom with sage. The title card then claims that all the spookiness is over. That's what I wrote down. You're missing a little bit of context because you don't know the show at all. I think you should watch my essay when you have the chance. You could even just put it in the background. I had a lot of issues with it because I had to keep re-uploading it to try to get around the copyright stuff. But I'm gonna come at this from a different direction this time. But there's another part I wanted to talk about where fucking Amy has a sketch artist sketch a description of something Amy saw in her mind. She saw the visage of the person who's creating like this black mark, like I forget what she calls it in the episode, but it's like when you do something evil, it like leaves like a mark in space or whatever. And she has like a artist over to draw what she describes. And I swear to fucking God, all she does is describe a black guy. She just describes a black guy, and her artist goes along with it, and he can tell what she's doing, so he draws him like a black guy, but gives him like those stylish etches in his eyebrows that you sometimes see people do. It's probably more popular with black people than white people, but in the photos, Moses doesn't have anything like that. It never had anything like that. In his photos when he was sentenced, and in the video when he was interviewed then, he did not have this etch in his eyebrow, nor did he look like the picture of the black guy that was drawn in the episode, but they didn't care. And the whole point was because Amy knew about this whole story and was going in here and trying to like myth build around it. And for some reason, if you build enough bullshit, it makes it more believable for people. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about like the symbolism here, right? Like they wanted to avoid implicating anybody, and in doing so they they created like a metaphor for racism. You know, the demon baby is the thing that caused the tension between these two people, when the tension was caused by a white store owner that hired a black homeless person in order to sexually assault them. And whether or not they intended for it to be tied to like a sex crime, I don't know. But Steve mentions the sex crime before he does the research. So I don't know. I don't know. I'll be able to put it out better when I'm writing, but the thing we have to figure out now, or I have to figure out now, is well, let me see. Yeah, so there are a couple things I've been trying to do. I've been trying to figure out how the show's produced, because I figured out I solved the problem with the main episode, and I want to build the essay around like the production of a show. So what we're going to do next is we're going to check out the IMDb for Dead Files. And we're going to look at some of the people who were on set this day specifically. So episode 2, The Devil Made Me Do It. Something that is never uttered once by anybody in the entire episode. Okay. Yeah. And this is very pithy, but look at this. In this, the second title to ever air, Amy actually performed a cleansing of the restaurant by lighting a sage bundle and smoking the basement, weakly speaking unconvincing words as she slowly traipses around the place. Subsequent property owners wouldn't be that lucky, as they are routinely left to their own devices after being told, yep, you're haunted and good luck with that. See, this isn't necessarily true. Maybe they stopped doing it in the first season for a little bit, but what they do in later episodes and for most of the show is they literally just recommend an exorcism by like Catholic priests that they are working with, that they have professional connections to. They recommend that person. So it becomes like an advertising process for the preachers, the pastors, not pastors, they're preachers, right? Because they're Catholic. And the exorcisms cost money, I believe, and it's something that the Catholic Church only restarted doing after they had illegalized it for a long time because they were accidentally killing people. And then The Exorcist got really popular, so they re-legalized it. It's like a whole like scam con by the Catholic Church, and that's all they do towards the later part of the show. They just recommend an exorcist most of the time. If it's not an exorcist, there was literally this one time they just recommended therapy. I talk about that in my first episode about the Dead Files, but that video isn't very good, so I wouldn't recommend watching it. And so let's see who was working on set. Look at that. So this is how many people helped produce this episode of a fictional television show, which portrays itself as real and actually convinces people that fucking ghosts are real. The Pope just excommunicated an exorcist for saying aliens are demons. Is that why he did it? I heard about the excommunication. I didn't know why. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, you're not You're not supposed to say that. Yeah, I'm surprised the Pope doesn't exercise like the whole like American like Catholic, like every neo-Catholic. Probably wouldn't do anything though. Okay, so we're looking at the all the people who are involved in the production of the show. So let's go through and see what else they produce, and maybe if we can like peel back a little bit of what's happening here. So again, the camera guy is an actor, and this is his name, Matthew Anderson. I haven't looked into him yet, so let's talk about the camera guy. So he's a self in 218 episodes of the Dead Files. Oh, that's just the same thing. So let's look up his name. He's alive. Let's check this out. This is 2020. Who is Matthew Anderson? Blah, 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 blah. Steve DeShavi, blah, blah, blah. Who's this guy with the camera? So, the first layer we pull back is that Matthew Anderson is married to Amy Allen. He's married to the medium. And so they're a working couple, right? There's some fringe sect with their own pope that only just got excommunicated too. I'm not actually sure if that exorcist got excommunicated or if he just got scolded real hard. They like to do that too, right? That's what they do for the pedophiles. Cool, so now we have a new source. Look at this. So this is obviously corporate propaganda, right? Oh, this doesn't source to the... Is it two separate links? Nope. Okay, so this interview no longer exists. Either that or they didn't source it properly. I gotta go get a drink, so... You got to be a pretty bad Catholic to get excommunicated. Yeah, I hate that stuff where they... The journalism has really like degraded on a level that people like... Journalism doesn't have the tools to even describe how much it's degraded at this point. Listen to this. Anderson said that when they met, he was a hardcore skeptic and remained skeptical at the time of the interview. living with Amy is interesting. I'm never quite sure what to expect. She definitely opened my perception to things. This is the same way Steve talks about it. He says, "Oh, I'm a believing skeptic. I used to not believe in ghosts. Then I met Amy, and now I kind of believe in ghosts." And if you actually believed Amy, you would 100% believe in ghosts, because she says that she sees ghosts all the time. She literally says, "I see dead people" at the beginning of every single fucking episode of that show. So either she's lying, she's crazy, or you believe in ghosts. Or, last option, you're all actors. You're actors, and for some reason your job is to split reality in half. He said that he does not see the dead in any way, but he now has an understanding that there are other things going on. He also said that why aren't they direct quotes? It's so weird. He also said that when they met, Amy did not tell the extent of her abilities, but she did eventually tell him that she did paranormal investigations. "I thought some little Ghostbuster thing. Everybody's got their thing." He said that when he works on the show and shoots her reactions, it doesn't scare or affect him. There are parts where she pretends to have a person in her body possessing her, and she speaks. They're speaking through her, and he's there recording with the camera. You track their source, and it's some article, and you follow that source, and it's the one you just read, usually with some steps in between. Okay, I have seen that. You know where I've seen that is with the there's a lot of like children, or the Gen Z is loneliest generation or something, and that's from like a series of Mormon articles that just go in a big circle. Like you click on it, and it's the person who wrote it, and then her big article is the thing citing the other thing, and then that's citing her again, and then it goes in a circle like that. And there's no source to real data, and when there is, they were just sourcing the Brigham Young Institute, which is like an anti-sex fundamentalist Mormon college. There are times I get worried for her. I know how it's affecting, sometimes on a physical level. See, it's like they have to straddle this place between being like, I'm not a crazy person who thinks everything she says is true, but also, isn't it crazy how like something's happening to her when I'm there? I don't know what else to tell you. After years of doing investigations all over the country, he realized that she knows things she shouldn't, although he said he won't say it is dead people or not. I can't say what it is, Anderson finished. I almost feel like this is very literal, right? He can't say what it is because it's Google. Because even back then, it was just fucking Google. And they just looked up articles. And if they weren't looking up articles, they were being given articles by locals, like in the case of the second episode. But I believe in the first episode, Elvis was the one who gave them the printouts that they show, or he gives them the stories that become those printouts. Because in that episode, in the first episode, it's so weird because Steve goes to the library, which he calls the public records office, and he looks through the newspapers, doesn't find anything, and then is like goes to an employee of the library, asks her for records, and she produces printed on print paper these articles that Steve then goes through. So it's like completely fabricated before they go there. Like the whole thing is planned out. I just think it gets fucked up when real people are involved. And in the case of the second episode, like the real person involved is someone who is, I think, is on like eligible for parole this year. And it's like, well, they made him sound like a crazy guy when he was really like assaulted and then the heat of the moment, you know, killed someone, which is still wrong. You don't have to like excuse him for it, but it isn't what he got charged for. And it certainly wasn't a demon baby. Okay, so this is our first lead, and we're gonna not save that because they're actually not giving us any real sources, right? Because they're sourcing a discussion that we can't go to. This person didn't actually interview them, so we don't know if this is like we can't take this as evidence. He is her ex-husband. He's now married to Rob Traeger. Matthew left the show when they got divorced. Okay, here's it. This might be a clue. Writing a piece on WordPress. I need to know his name. Is still got to get those names right? So thank you. Oh, well, I don't know if she's a good source to trace down. Okay, so we have a lead. This is the only real lead that we got. There's an interview that we know that happened. Traegler. Looks like okay. So it's just taking all of her word for it when they say all this stuff. Here's top tier professional in this field, like just ridiculous. But this is ghostshows.com and they fucking glaze these people. Amy's assistant. Matthew and Amy's relationship first began in college days. They were a duo when they got hired. They use those captchas to train AI. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was so weird when they first came out with the AI generated captchas too. Like, you're using a robot to create images that a robot isn't supposed to recognize. I think that like they'll get around that eventually, right? Fancy them working together together on set till this date. So okay, so that last source was wrong about him leaving the show. So he doesn't leave the show in 2012. They just divorced and he stayed on the show until the show ended in 2023. On the setting is to eliminate any obstacles. His role. See, they're very vague about what he does. Ghost people are so weird because it's like there's like a part of them that seems like they're covering for themselves, even though they should be the ones who believe it. Okay, then she married this guy in 2018. See, look, she's so normal and she's a TV personality in the caption, but she's a psychic on TV. Is the current husband, but it just said that they broke up. Is this just an AI fucking article? She's living alone, focusing on her mental health. Living alone is hard. Only seen with her dog. Focused on her health. PTSD. Marital struggles. Emotionally attacking experience. Personal healing. Creative differences with the producers. Her marital issues may have caught. See, that seems like bullshit, but this is probably true. Dissatisfaction with the way the show was run. Felt that the producers were too controlling and forced a structured format that limited her true psychic abilities. That's such a perfect excuse, right? To get out of something that sounds like unfun. But I don't think she quit. I think she was fired. So maybe they were like, oh, she really does think she's psychic now. We can't really work with someone who thinks it's real. She felt formatted and unable to do her thing. See, I wish they would source shit in these fucking articles. I can't even It's not even like not even text, it's like an image. She doesn't have any kids. This is weird. This is a weird thing to say. This doesn't feel real. Okay. This is so weird. Like, everybody knows, like, they care about her fucking marriage more than they care about the fact that, like, these shows are poisoning the minds of fucking our whole society. Okay. So we know a little bit more about Matthew, but we got to get deeper in this. We got to see, this is another schlocky bullshit thing. Okay, so here's someone wondering in 2024 why articles are saying he left. Okay, so he left during their divorce for a little bit and came back on the show. So ghost shows is bullshit. Celebrity dick bullshit. Okay. And it's so weird, like something could be on the like air for like 15 years and like nobody talks about it. And all the sources I can get that aren't like first hand accounts of shit and like primary sources, they're all like schlocky fucking bullshit. Yeah, the audience doesn't though. They know it's it's interesting because they know that it's bullshit to some level, right? But then they still like part of their mind uses it to construct a belief in ghosts. And they don't think about where that belief comes from, but the only place that belief comes from is these stupid fucking shows. Like, and if these shows didn't exist, I don't think culturally we would believe in ghosts as much as we do. And like, it's like directly a commercial product, right? And it's just completely poisoned the way people interact with mostly like interpersonal emotional issues. Exactly. It's still harmful because they internalize it. So they're like, oh, Amy Allen, she's such a goofball. She's a fake psychic. And yeah, it's crazy too. I even have you on the OBS chat. Like, this is the quickest we can get it, but whatever. Yeah, it's weird because people laugh at it, but then in the back of their head, they're like, well, you know, it seemed like there was still a ghost, even if Amy is like crazy, you know, it's like stuff like that. And The Dead Files is honestly one of the more obviously fake shows. And I'm going to do some on ghost hunting shows after this, like after I finish this video. But, the problem with all of this is that their marketing is that it's real. And that's the whole problem, because people think if it's allowed to be up, then it must have some truth behind it. But the truth is that is like completely false, and the marketing of the arguing that it is real is pure marketing, and people don't get that. They just fall for the marketing. In a lot of ways, it's like it's spiritualist propaganda, but it's kind of pointless to argue it that direction. But yeah, it's like, fuck. He's only ever worked on the one show. Maybe there's Reddit. Maybe he has a Reddit account. Looks like he's really into whiskey. know if this is the right guy. You know, this guy's just seriously not famous enough to look up. Okay. So he's only ever worked on the Ghost Files, and he was married with Amy before he even came on, which means she probably brought him on. She probably brought him onto the show and was like, oh, we're a pair deal. I have my camera guy, but he's really just part of what makes the show work, which on paper, that's probably part of how, like, it's organized. You know, these producers are intellectual people who are making a entertaining show. So they have chefs. I don't know what's up with that. So Jeffrey Havison is the restaurant owner. I don't know what's up with the chefs. Cinematographer. So presumably this is the real camera guy, since Matthew isn't a real camera guy. And I'll have to go back and get that source later, but it's really not like we really figured out anything big there. But look at this. Okay, so now we have the Dead Files cinematographer. Did he produce all the shows? He produced 140 episodes. Right. Yeah, and I think it's like, you know, wider society, at least wider, like, media savvy society considers like all of that stuff slop. But people who watch TV and don't engage with like more critical media, it's just and it's all they have to watch. They just they're fucking, it's a pipeline to get you to believe in enough crazy shit to where you consume all of their shows. But literally all they use, like, and I think, because I'm gonna release an essay soon about postmodernism, and it's like, it's barely about postmodernism, it's more about the ghost industry. And I think the most convincing thing I read through the research for that is that it's like a religious thing for these people. Like, it's not even just about making money. Like, it's their religious dedication to the concept of ghosts that lets them lie like this without feeling shame, in combination with the people who just make these shows. Because look, let's go, this Painless TV. Painless TV. So they produce more than just the Dead Files. They produce a lot of stuff that's supposed to be educational, and there's no line between these. He produces shows for Disney Plus and National Geographic, for the channel, Travel Channel, all these. And if we look down, like, okay, so let's go to what history stuff has this guy produced for some reason. Is it true? Think about this. A fact-checking show produced by the same company that makes Ghost Slop. This one, follow Chuck as he investigates a series of internet videos pushing cars uphill in San Antonio, Texas, to confirm and takes to the skies to confirm the validity of an online footage of an airplane landing with only one wing. So let's say that this isn't ghost propaganda. Let's say he debunks both these videos. That just means that the people who produce the show really don't give a shit about what's real or fake. You know, they're willing to produce both shows. And I think that kind of says something about, like, the capitalist interests involved with this. Oh, I meant to not close that one. Okay, so that cinematographer, there for every episode. He's told what hours he's working. He's told where to go. He says like, oh, we should record from this angle. We should record from that angle. He's probably directly telling Matthew where to shoot the camera from so the editors later can get a better shot. And the show portrays it like it's an organic thing happening just like overnight when they visit a house. But yeah, let's look at some of these reviews. My favorite ghost show. It might even be my favorite show on TV. Oh. Well, let me look at the whole review. Why do they only investigate at night? See, that's a good question. Interesting. Entertaining and informative. We can't even read the whole reviews. Did IMDb always do this? I feel like I was able to read reviews before. Okay, but either way, like, people half believe it. They say it's goofy, but it's also interesting. Right, and I mean, I know people like that too, who are just like on the other side of believing in ghosts because of this like corporate propaganda. It's not even like there's very little in our lives that we can point at as Americans that isn't just directly informed by television. Certainly, none of these people have read a book about like a nonfiction book about ghosts occurrences. You know, they've never engaged with anything like that. It's all personal shit, like personal experiences and television. I mean, that's where everybody gets their concept of crime. That's where everybody gets their concept of fucking like racial politics. It's where everybody gets like every like intellectual concept of this country is filtered through television. So let's look at a couple cast members and then I gotta go. So this is funny. Jefferson Davis in 8 episodes. It's the ghost of Jefferson Davis. No, we're not going to do that. Let's get back to episode 2. Okay, Cameron Dietrich. Jim Casey is the owner of Painless. So Cameron Dietrich. Here we go. It produces other slop shows. A Playboy show. Dude, What Would Happen? It's like Mythbusters for bros. So Mythbusters. Dog Park Superstars. So it's like slop television. Okay. Okay, let's do a story director. Production coordinator? Is that what we would be? Let me see. Oh, this guy's got an award before. Okay, so yeah, it looks like the people, location management, production department. So it looks like these guys are the ones who like build the idea of the show. So yeah, I think yeah, there's some things I watch that I'm like, I don't know if I'm critical enough of it, but it's pretty good. Like you know, honestly, it's too embarrassing to even say. I think 600-Pound Life is interesting sometimes. Hoarders is like perfect television slop that I watch for entertainment a lot, and I think is also incredibly reprehensible. Also, I don't know if you noticed the Kid Nation watches, but Kid Nation's pretty fucked up too. We just learned last time that I guess they're all fighting to win $20,000. Production department. So she only does production. Production management, additional crew. Production coordinator for Dirty Jobs. Yeah, so these are like reality TV show production coordinators. They're telling, they're probably all like piling into these houses and like, oh, go here, go there. Record from this direction. Oh, Amy needs to go down the stairs and pretend like she's a ghost or whatever. Yeah, I think 600 Pound Life is... It could be a rough watch. I think it could be therapeutic if you're watching it with the right lens. But if you're watching it just to, like, criticize fat people, you're watching it for the wrong reasons. You've already seen Kid Nation? That's insane. I can't believe they played that on television. Okay, let's choose one more person. Okay, so editorial department. So this is the person who is in charge of editing the episode. Crime Watch Daily, Love is a Thieves Game, Rough Hustle. So Crime Watch Daily. So Copaganda. Rough Hustle, Judas Kiss. So she edited some films too. Animal Cribs. See, if all television was this, I would be happy and I would have nothing to say. But yeah, I guess the biggest part of like this this streaming session, I'm gonna write, but I think I'm gonna write off stream because it'll be a little boring. But the whole point of this was to sort of look at the production, and it looks like they had a lot of overqualified people starting the beginning of their careers on this show. Let's check a later episode and see if the cast gets bigger. Let's do like a... Let's do season 5, episode 9. That has a high rating. Okay. Look how big the crew gets by season 5. Look at this. Look at that. Yeah, we didn't lock in. We had too much fun. And I'd rather have too much fun than err on the side of too much work. But look at this. Look at this. Well, that's interesting. They just like added everyone into this cast thing for some reason. But poor Moses Pharaoh, his face is just plastered IMDb as the convicted murderer. I feel fucking bad for this guy. Like, but yeah, look how much bigger the production crew is. Look at that. Researcher. They even got a researcher by season 5. For 6 episodes, they did research. Field associate producer. So this is probably when they were able to send people in. And look at like these people are all these extra ones are all like later. But it doesn't look like they stayed on long. This guy had a whole bunch of jobs at once. It looks like the people who could do the most by themselves, multiple jobs, they stayed on longer than the others. And the whole production company shut down in 2023 when the show was shut down. So this Rob Rosen, I don't know if he still works at the new one, but he don't work at the old one no more. Writer, creator. Look at that. Jim Casey credited as the writer for 14 episodes in 2018. Wait, okay, so let's check this out real quick. I didn't know he had other credits for stuff other than producing. Look at this. He has directing and writing credits. Isn't it? Yeah, you can see you can also see the business strategies. Like they kind of had a build up and they had a high cycling in the 2010s, and then they cut it down to like a few more employees again towards the end. Because this guy is about like making cheap television. So he wrote for the Dead Files. So it keeps saying he wrote 14 episodes for the Dead Files for season 9 and for season 10. So credited as a writer for a show where they're supposed to be investigating as a psychic and a cop. You know, you can't write something like that, right? It has to be fake. And the whole point is that it was never intended to be real. It's just a marketing term. It's just a marketing like a phantasm, like a fucking it's a fucking fake thing created by their mind. There's a word for it, but I think it might be attached to anti-Semitism. But there's like a thing everybody thinks it exists and it creates it, right? And that's what they're doing. Yeah, comparing good shows with crap shows would be interesting. I think so too. And I think it would be interesting to be like, okay, so these history shows that this guy makes, what are these like compared to another show? Look, he wrote a television series for Neil Gaiman in 2004. Neil Gaiman, famous rapist, famous sex slaver, director for an episode of My Crazy Ex. So he's like a media guy, and he wants to be a media guy and work in TV. And his baby, his most famous show, the thing that gave him a career and a livelihood, is the Dead Files. Why would he rely on investigations? No, you make every episode good. Right. Well, and it has, like, I think it's like, the whole goal of this country and the capitalists in it is to commoditize everything they can. And so not only is the belief in ghosts a commodity, but the argument about whether ghosts are real is a commodity. And that's why it's never Steve believes in ghosts. Matthew Anderson believes in ghosts. They all believe in ghosts because they're all on a ghost show. No, they have to make it like indefensible because it keeps us fucking talking about it. I mean, it's like a toxic system. But yeah, thanks for watching the stream. I'm gonna get out of here. It was fun. Expect a video on Friday. And yeah, take it easy.